You may be seated. State, you may call your next witness.
State calls Octavius Hayes.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you shall give shall be the truth and the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
Thank you. You can be seated. Sir, could you state your name and spell your last name for the court reporter, please?
Octavius Hayes, Hayes.
Thank you. You may inquire.
Good afternoon, sir. How are you related or were you related to Theresa Green?
That was my mother.
Do you recall in 2002 where you and your mother were living?
In Bay Run Apartments in College Park.
Is that on Cornell Avenue?
Yes, sir.
Do you, in 2002, how old were you, sir?
13.
Middle school.
Yes. 8th grade.
Now, let's go back and think about Memorial Day weekend, 2002. What did you do that weekend?
I went over to some friend's house. I was over there for a few days.
So you spent the night with friends, in other words?
Yes.
And on Memorial Day, which would have been Monday, May the 27th, did you return to your and your mom's residence at Bay Run Apartments?
Yes.
What did you find when you arrived?
Well, for starters, there were holes in the wall. Her purse was scattered over the bed. Basically, I knew something happened.
Do you recall finding your mother's watch in the apartment?
I'm not sure.
After you went in the apartment and realized that something was amiss, what did you do next?
I called my grandma,
And what's your grandmother's name?
Lida Jones.
Did Ms. Jones actually enter the apartment while you were there?
Yes, she came.
Was it, and let me ask you this, was it unusual for Ms. Lida Jones to actually be in the apartment where you and your mother resided?
Yes.
She was in there frequently?
Well, no, she wasn't in there frequently, but at times she came over there.
Okay,
How many times, I don't know.
fair enough. And after your grandmother arrived, what happened next?
Basically, the police was called, and it's pretty much a blur from there.
Okay. Did you know an individual by the name of Mike who lived in the same area?
Downstairs, beneath us.
Was he an acquaintance of your mother's?
No. No,
Mike was not an acquaintance of your mother's?
no.
Do you recall having been shown a series of photographs by law enforcement?
Yes.
I may approach your honor and show the witness what is marked for identification as State's Exhibit O that has previously been shown to the defense.
You may.
Mr. Hayes, let me ask you to take a look at this exhibit, which is marked for identification as State's Exhibit O. Do you recognize this photo array?
Yes.
Have you seen it before?
Yes.
When did you see it?
Not too long ago after she was murdered.
And was this shown to you by law enforcement?
Yes.
Do you recall which officer showed it to you by chance?
No, I don't. It could have been Pucci,
Okay.
Officer Pucci.
Now, sir, who is Loretta Tomlin? Is she an acquaintance of yours or your mother's?
It's my mother's sister.
And how about Rosemary Jones? Is she an acquaintance
Her
of your
sister
mother's
as well.
sister?
Mhm. Loretta would have been the oldest daughter. My mom would have been the middle daughter, and Rosemary Jones would have been the youngest.
Okay, now let me ask you one other thing, Mr. Hayes. Have you ever been convicted of a felony or of a crime involving dishonesty or false statement?
Yes,
How many times?
one time.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Cross-examination.
Good afternoon, Mr. Hayes.
How you doing?
The person, did you know the guy that lived downstairs?
I wouldn't say I knew him. I've seen him,
Did you talk with him while he lived there?
just speaking, you know what I mean? Not really holding conversations, no.
Okay, you didn't talk about your life or anything like that?
I was 13 years old.
Yeah.
This is an adult we're talking about.
I understand.
So not too much to talk about.
Weather,
Yeah,
okay. Did you know that person's name that lived below you?
no, I can't recall.
Did you ever see that person that lived below you act violently towards your mother?
No,
When you came back to the apartment after Memorial Day, did you knock on your other neighbor's apartment, the ones that lived across the hallway? Those apartments at the top of the stairs, it's a long, narrow staircase, right? You gotta say yes.
yes, sir.
So just the court reporter's taking down ums don't come out very well. Do you recall that long, narrow staircase?
Yes,
And what was the distance, do you think, between your apartment and
2 foot.
2 or 3?
Yeah.
2 or 3 feet, just enough to stand at the top of the landing?
Yes, sir.
And did you knock on the neighbor's door after you discovered your mom wasn't home?
Yes, I did.
Did you speak with the neighbors?
Lisa. Spoke with Lisa, the daughter.
Lisa,
Yeah.
the daughter? And did she tell you where or when she had last seen your mother?
I recall it was basically like a day or so ago. I guess that would have been like a Friday or a Saturday. She's seen her coming and going, basically.
Lisa never said anything about your mom falling down those stairs
No. To me,
to you?
no.
Lisa never said anything about your mom being over at, would have been Lisa's mother's house and stepfather's house, right?
Which was next door.
Which was next door, yeah.
No.
She never said your mom was over there drinking or anything like that?
Not to me, no.
Not to you. And didn't tell you about any concerns that they may have had about your mother that night? Or concerns that Lisa may have had about her stepfather? Lisa never told you that her stepfather slapped your mom?
No.
Caused her nose to bleed?
No.
If I may have just a second. Mr. Hayes, did you ever speak to Joseph Butler, Lisa's stepfather?
At what time?
That Memorial Day when you came and discovered that your house was open or unlocked? You don't recall. Thank you. I don't have anything further.
Any redirect?
No, ma'am, this witness may be released for this.
Thank you. Any questions from the jury? Seeing none, you are free to go, sir. Thank you.
Your Honor, if we might approach very, very quickly.
You may. State, you may call your next witness.
Next witness, please take Roy Filipuchi.
Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear affirm that the testimony you shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Two.
You may be seated.
Thank you, ma'am.
Sir, could you state your name and spell your last name for the court reporter, please?
Yes, ma'am. Roy Filipuchi, Fili, P as in Paul, UCCI, Filipuchi.
Thank you. You may inquire.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, sir.
How are you employed now, sir?
I work at the Villages as a pool attendant.
As a what?
Pool attendant.
Okay. And I'm going to guess that you had a previous career to working as a pool attendant in the Villages.
Yes, sir.
What was that career, sir?
Law enforcement,
How long were you a law enforcement officer?
1992 to 2016. So 23 years, 7 months.
Okay. In which agency, which law enforcement agency did you begin work with as your career with, sir?
Orlando Police Department,
And how long did you work for the Orlando Police?
23 years, 7 months.
Where did you work in law enforcement after leaving Orlando Police Department?
I worked at Mount Dora PD.
Were you ever an investigator for the Ninth Circuit State Attorney's Office?
Yes.
Now, in 2002, specifically May of 2002, how were you employed then, sir?
I was employed as a homicide detective with Orlando PD.
In 2002, how long had you been with Orlando PD?
From 1992 to 2002,
And how long had you been assigned to the detective division?
1998 through 2005.
Is the homicide division a separate unit within the detective division?
Yes, sir.
And how long had you been a homicide detective?
2001 to 2005.
Now, directing your attention to May the 27th of 2002, which would have been Memorial Day, were you dispatched or called to respond to 3216 Cornell Avenue in Orlando, Florida?
Yes, sir. The Bay Run Apartments.
Which apartment within Bay Run Apartments were you to respond to?
Apartment 11.
This is in Orange County, is it not?
Yes, sir.
Within the city limits of the city of Orlando.
Yes, sir.
And when you were, well, first of all, what was the nature of the call that you were dispatched to?
I believe it's for a missing person of Miss Theresa Green.
And when you arrived on scene, were uniformed personnel already on scene?
I believe so. Yes, sir.
Would that be typical that uniforms or patrol division would arrive ahead of detectives?
Yes, sir.
Once you arrived on scene, what did you start to do? What did you do?
My supervisor at that time, Sergeant Lou Tanzi, and I don't recall which other detective was with me at the time, at that moment. We entered apartment 11 and we noticed damage to a wall, an emptied out purse on a made bed, a neat apartment, except for the damage, and a watch on I believe it was a gold watch on the bathroom sink of one of the bedrooms.
And were all those items of evidence collected at your direction?
Yes, sir. I or Sergeant Tanzi.
Did you eventually develop information about a vehicle? Now, let me back up. I don't want to get the van before the horse, if you will. Did you, through the course of your investigation, ultimately develop a suspect by the name of Demorris Hunter?
Yes, sir.
And did you ultimately compile a photo pack containing a photograph of Demorris Hunter?
No, sir.
Did someone else obtain such a photo pack?
Yes.
Do you recall showing that photo pack to Theresa Ann Green's son, Octavius Hayes?
I don't recall if I was there. Detective Bergen did most of the photo lineups, and she was able to obtain the lineup from, did most of the photo lineups, and she was able to obtain that I line up from another agency.
I may approach the witness, Your Honor.
You may.
And Detective Filipuchi, I'm showing you what is marked for identification as State's Exhibit O, which has previously been shown to the defense. Take a look at this exhibit and tell me if you can recognize it, sir.
I do.
What do you recognize that exhibit to be?
The initials of Octavius Hayes, and shows he is initialing the person pictured in number 3.
This time I would offer State's O as the next consecutive number.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
I believe that would be 13. Be admitted as State's Exhibit 13.
Detective, before I hand this over to the clerk, do you know the name of the individual in place number 3?
I know him by 2 names.
What are those 2 names?
That would be Michael Berry and Demorris Hunter.
Thank you, sir. Permission to publish, Your Honor.
You may.
And Detective, again, the photographs are behind you on the screen. And you indicated that the individual in which position is the individual known to you as Michael Berry or Demorris Hunter?
The picture on number 3.
And that bears the initials OH,
Yes, sir.
and that is who?
Octavius Hayes,
The date is what?
May 30th, 2002.
Now, Detective, did you also develop information about a vehicle that might be in the possession of the suspect, Demorris Hunter?
2 vehicles.
Tell me about that, if you would, sir.
The first vehicle is going to be, I believe it was an Oldsmobile owned by Theresa Green. The second vehicle was a white van, cargo van, that he has been in and he was allowed to use.
Was the cargo van ultimately reported as a stolen vehicle?
Yes, sir.
In the course of your work in connection with this case, did you obtain the tag and title history of this van?
I don't recall if I obtained that. I did find out who the owner was.
Have you had the chance to review the tag and title history?
No, sir.
I may approach with exhibit for identification Q, Your Honor, which has also been previously shown to defense.
You may.
Let me get you to take a look at this exhibit, Detective. Tell me if once you take a look at it, you recognize what that is. Turn to the first page. See the owner's name.
Henry Fields.
Is that an individual also known as Pete?
Yes, sir.
This is the individual who owned the van that Mr. Hunter was being allowed to use.
Yes, sir. Subsequently listed as stolen.
Let me also, sir, get you to turn to the third page, and I probably want to get your glasses. I would like for you to read the VIN number, if you would, sir.
It's like 2GCDG15 Z as in Zulu, SN144373.
And is that the same, is that the van that belonged to Henry Fields?
If it's listed as on the registration, it would be.
An offer stage Q was the next consecutive number, Your Honor.
And it will be admitted as State's Exhibit 14.
May I publish, Your Honor?
You may.
We do not have, may I approach the jury, Your Honor?
You may.
We do not have a PowerPoint of this if you want to pass this around. The name of the owner is on the second page and the VIN number is on the third
And ladies and gentlemen, any items that are admitted into evidence will be made available in the jury room during your deliberations.
Now, Detective, did you have the opportunity to attend the postmortem examination or autopsy examination of Theresa Green's body?
Sir.
And at the time of the autopsy, did you take possession of DNA standards that were collected at the time?
I believe I did. Either I or one of the crime scene techs or a second detective, but primarily me.
You may.
Detective, I'm showing you what's marked for identification of state is A, Alpha, Kilo. Let me get you to take a look at this and tell us if you can identify what that is based upon the writing on the outside of the envelope.
Yes, sir. This is a sealed packet which contains evidence from the scene and or from Ms. Green. The evidence package is sealed with a red tape, tamper-proof tape. If it's tampered, it'll be noticed. I have my signature and initials on here. And it also has a date on here, which I can barely read, but it's on here as well. That's what this is.
Is that a blood sample collected at the autopsy of Theresa Green?
It's vial of blood, yes, sir.
Is it signed into evidence by you?
Yes, sir.
I would offer states AK as the next consecutive number, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
It will be admitted as State's Exhibit 15.
Thank you, Detective. We have no further questions for you.
Cross-examination.
Your Honor, just on the limited fact scenario that has been brought up. Good afternoon, Detective. How are you?
Doing well, sir. Thank you.
Glad to hear it. As far as the watch is concerned that you mentioned,
Yes, sir.
a broken watch.
Yes, sir.
Did it ever, did the information ever come across to you that the watch had been moved by Octavius Hayes?
Yes, sir.
That he had picked it up off the floor and put it on the sink?
Off the bathroom floor and put it
Off the
on
bathroom floor
Yes,
and
sir.
put it on the sink? Okay, that's all I have. Thank you very much.
Any redirect?
No, ma'am, thank you. This witness may be released from this subpoena.
All right. Any questions from the jury? Seeing none, you are free to go, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
State, you may call your next witness.
Adam Schaefer.
Please raise your right hand and swear. Do you solemnly swear affirm that the testimony you shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
You may be seated. Sir, could you state your name and spell your last name for the court reporter?
Yes, ma'am. Adam Schaefer, Schaefer.
Thank you.
Thank you.
May inquire.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
How were you employed?
I'm currently employed as a postal inspector with the United States Postal Inspection Service.
Is that a sworn federal law enforcement position?
Yes, sir.
How long have you been a federal law enforcement officer, sir?
Since February of 2006.
Prior to February of 2006, how were you employed?
I was a patrol officer with the Orlando Police Department.
When did you start with the Orlando PD?
I was employed from late 2000 to early 2006.
Did you go directly from the Orlando Police Department to the Postal Inspector Service?
Yes, sir.
In 2002, specifically on May the 27th of 2002, what was your assignment within the Orlando Police Department?
Patrol officer.
It's just uniform patrol with the marked cars that we see riding around.
Yes, sir.
right?
Yes, sir.
And you had been with Orlando Police Department for, what, a couple of years at that point?
Over a year.
On May the 27th of 2002, did you have the occasion to be dispatched to Apartment 11, 3216 Cornell Avenue, which is Bay Run Apartments?
Yes, sir.
When you arrived on scene, what did you find?
We spoke with the caller, who was, I believe, Octavius Hayes, the victim's son, who indicated that he had not seen his mother in a few days.
And how old was Mr. Hayes, if you recall or only can guess?
He was a teenager.
Okay. And after speaking with Mr. Hayes, what did you do?
I believe the victim's mother was also on scene. We spoke with her, and she had also not heard from the victim for a couple of days. And at that point, we basically cleared the apartment to make sure that, to see if we could identify if the victim was there and if there were any circumstances present.
Okay, and when you say cleared the apartment, just to make sure we understand, that means that you first of all made sure that Ms. Green wasn't in there, right?
Correct.
And also making sure there's no threat to law enforcement or to the public in the
Correct.
apartment.
Yes, sir.
What did you do after you cleared the apartment?
While we cleared it, I observed some signs that there might have been a problem that occurred or a struggle that occurred inside. And at that point, I would have called my sergeant.
And what were those signs that you observed, sir?
I recall that there was a large dent in the drywall inside the apartment. I believe it was inside the apartment. And on one of the beds in the apartment, there was what appeared to be like a purse, a female's purse. The contents appeared that they were rummaged through or kind of dumped out.
Then you said you called your sergeant.
Yes, sir. At that point, that would have been what we would have done next.
Was that standard procedure with the Orlando Police Department?
Yes, sir.
Is it still standard procedure so far?
I don't know if it is for the Orlando Police Department, but at the time it was, you notify your supervisor. And at that point, they would either respond or call whatever investigative, from criminal investigations, whatever unit that would need to know about the incident for any follow-up.
After you notified your supervisor or your sergeant, did other personnel from the Orlando Police Department come to the scene?
Yes, sir.
Who were they?
I believe homicide.
Not necessarily by name, just by.
I wouldn't be able to remember that far, but homicide detectives, I recall, arrived.
And while you were waiting on homicide detectives to arrive, did you secure the scene?
We secured the scene, and at some point, I filed my report. I believe I also completed a missing persons affidavit, which would have been entered into teletype.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Cross-examination? No questions. Any questions from the jury? Seeing none, is this witness excused?
He is, Your Honor. He may be released from his subpoena to go about his business.
Thank you, sir. You are free to go.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You may call your next witness.
Bergen.
Good afternoon. Could you state your name and spell your last name for the court reporter, please?
First name's Barbara, last name is Bergen, Bergin.
Thank you. You may inquire.
What do you do for a living now?
I'm the executive director of Crime Line.
What do you do on a day-to-day basis?
Manage staff, anonymous tips, organizational things.
Was there a period of time that you worked for the Orlando Police Department?
Yes, sir.
For what period of time?
Was sworn in September of '83 and retired in 2009.
What type of job assignments did you have with Orlando PD during that time?
Patrol, field training officer, special TAC unit, and then detective for a number of years. And then I was assigned actually over to Crime Line at the end of my career.
Let me direct your attention to Monday, May 27th of 2002. Were you working for Orlando PD then?
Yes, sir.
In what role?
Homicide detective.
On May 27th of 2002, did you become involved in the case involving the then missing person and later the death of Theresa Green?
Yes, sir, I did.
Were you the lead detective or was your role to assist another detective?
To assist the lead.
Was it common for you to work in a team on a major case like a homicide?
Yes, sir. All homicides worked as teams.
Were you also involved in the interviews of Joseph Butler, Joyce Butler, and Miss Butler's daughter, Lisa Moore?
Yes, sir.
Were you also involved in an interview done with the Henry Fields?
Yes, sir.
As a result of those interviews, did you attempt to identify the person that those witnesses referred to as Mike?
Yes, sir.
And did you acquire information during the course of your investigation that Mike was actually a man named Demorris Andy Hunter, African-American male, date of birth 4/18/1966?
Yes, sir, we did.
Based on that information, did you obtain a photo pack or a photograph of Demorris Andy Hunter?
Yes, sir.
Was that photograph placed in an array of 6 different photographs?
Yes, sir, it was.
What is that routinely called in law enforcement?
Photo pack.
All right. What do you do with a photo pack? What is its purpose?
The purpose of a photo pack is to show to witnesses to see if they can identify anybody in the photo pack.
And how do you go about, is the goal of a photo pack to find individuals with similar features?
Yes, sir.
Can you explain that for a little bit?
Well, you just want to make sure that there's no outstanding differences, that they're all approximately the same age, approximately the same build, facial, similar as close as you can get, things like that.
What number photograph was the photograph of Demorris Andy Hunter?
Number 3.
Did you show that photo pack to Joseph Butler?
Yes, sir, I did.
Can you explain how that happened and kind of the process that you go through, what you tell them, those kind of things?
Through my career, my process was to explain to them that we were going to show a series of pictures in a photo pack and ask them to identify anybody that they may see in that photo pack.
Do you administer a photo pack just to one person alone in a room?
Yes, sir.
Why?
So that there's no influence by anybody else at the time that they look at it.
And I'm assuming you don't give any indication as far as who's in the photo pack or what number a person is.
No, sir, just hand them the piece of paper and let them look at it.
Did you follow that process with Joseph Butler?
Yes, sir.
When you showed Joseph Butler the photo pack, actually, may I approach him?
You may.
Showing Marcus States Exhibit M is in Mary. You recognize that document?
Yes, sir.
What is that?
It is the witness display identification form, which is also signed by me and by Joseph Butler.
And on the first page of that document, it's an identification form. What is that form? What information does it contain?
It has 6 slots where 6 photographs were at, and we ask them to identify the person or check the box where they identify somebody in it. And then down below, we ask them in their own words to write what they see in the photo pack.
And the second page of that exhibit, is that the actual photo pack? The array of photos?
Yes, sir, it is.
Do you also ask the witness to initial and date the person that the person is identifying?
Yes, sir.
Is that a true and accurate copy of the photo pack that you showed Mr. Butler?
Yes, sir.
This kind of statement states M as in Mary into evidence as State 16.
It will be admitted as a State's Exhibit 16.
When you showed that photo pack to Mr. Butler, did he identify anybody?
Yes, number 3,
Who did he identify that person as being?
as Mike.
When he made that identification, was anyone there to help him or point out anybody, or
No, sir.
may I publish States 16, Your Honor?
You may.
And is this the identification page that you talked about?
Yes, sir.
All right. Kind of, what information is written by the witness versus information you wrote?
Well, the only thing that I wrote would be my signature and the date that I signed it on. There's an X through number 3, which is where Mike was at. And then it says number 3 is Mike. This is the same person who drove Teresa's car. And I can't read it exactly, but thank you. Sorry about that.
No, that's okay.
It says, this is the same person who drove Teresa's car to Sanford. He's same man, he did something wrong. And it's signed by Joseph Butler.
Showing you the second page of that same exhibit. What do we see here?
This is the photo pack that was shown to Mr. Butler.
Did Mr. Butler initial and date photograph number 3 of Demorris Hunter?
Yes, sir, he did.
Did you show a separate copy of that same photo array to Joyce Butler?
Yes, sir.
Did you follow the same process you just described?
Yes, sir.
Was she alone when you showed her that photo pack?
Yes, sir.
We approach. Showing you as Martin States Exhibit N as in Nancy. You recognize this document?
Yes, sir.
What is that?
This is the identification form that was shown to Joyce Butler.
And did Ms. Butler identify anybody?
She picked number 3, same person known as Mike.
And did she also sign and date both that identification form and initial the photograph of Demorris Hunter?
Yes,
And is that document in front of you a true and accurate copy of the photo pack and identification sheet you showed to Ms. Butler?
yes, sir.
This time state would move N as in Nancy into evidence as 17.
No objection.
N will be 17.
May I publish?
You may.
What did we see here?
This is the identification form again by Miss Joyce Butler. She wrote, I know him by Mikey, or Mike, I guess. This is the person who drove Teresa's car on, I think that says on Sunday.
And the second page, does that also show her signature and initials by the photo of
Number 3.
Demorris Hunter? Did you show this same photo pack and photo array to a Lisa Moore?
Yes, sir.
Showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit P as in Paul. May I approach?
You may.
Do you recognize that document?
Yes, sir.
What is it?
Identification form shown to Miss Moore, Lisa Moore.
Did Lisa Moore also identify the person she knew as Mike?
Yes, she picked number 3.
That's the photo of who?
That is the photo of Mike, known as Mr. Hunter.
And is that a true and accurate copy of the photo pack and identification sheet that you showed Lisa Moore and she identified?
Yes, sir.
This time state would move P as in Paul into evidence as 18.
No objection.
He will be 18.
May I publish?
You may.
And what are we looking at here?
This is the identification form again. The person in box 3 and is the person I know as Mike. He is the same person I saw at my mother's house and with Teresa on the date, Saturday, May 25th, signed by Lisa Moore.
And the second photo of that is, what does this show?
Those are her initials identifying the person, and number 3 is Mike.
Thank you, ma'am. No other questions, Your Honor.
Examination.
Good afternoon, Detective. How are you doing?
Sir, how are you?
I'm smiling because we've known each other for a long time.
Long time. I have brown hair.
Way back. And I had some. I don't have a lot to ask you, but I know that you interviewed several witnesses in this case, including Joseph Butler and Joyce Butler.
Yes.
Correct? Would it be fair to say that the first time you interviewed Joyce Butler, I think she was the first of the people who were at the party, quote unquote, the first of the people that you interviewed. Would that be right? You don't remember?
I do. That's a long time ago. I do not. I'm sorry.
All right. Well, the reports say that the interview started with her sometime after midnight on Monday, the 27th. And would it be fair to say that she wasn't entirely honest with you about the story that she gave you? You recall that?
I don't. I'd have to read through some interview statements, I think.
Okay. Do you recall her telling you that what had happened on Sunday morning was that Mike, according to her, called her apartment and told her husband that Teresa's car was in a parking lot in Sanford? Don't remember that?
No, sir, I'm sorry. I wish I could. I don't remember that.
Okay. Well, do you remember that you interviewed her twice?
I'm sure we did because then we had the photo.
Okay. And do you recall interviewing her twice, at least in part, because she had told you a story which was not consistent with what you heard from Joseph Butler? You don't remember that?
I don't.
Do you remember Mr. Butler telling you that in fact, according to him, what had happened was that Mr. Hunter had showed up at his apartment in the morning and that he had helped Mr. Hunter by following him in a van and permitting him to drop off the Theresa Green's vehicle in the Walgreens parking lot?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And so you questioned Miss Butler again about that particular aspect of the story, and then she told you, yeah, I lied to you because I was afraid that we would get in trouble. Something along those lines?
That would make sense. Yes,
It
sir.
makes
We would
sense.
go back and re-interview.
Sure, sure. Do you remember in a conversation with her that she told you that Joseph Butler had struck Theresa Green in the face after Theresa Green had slapped him?
I know there had been some conversation about a physical altercation out on near the stairs.
Right, and that Theresa Green, as a result of being smacked in the face, got either a bloody lip or a bloody nose and was bleeding, and that was how her blood got on the door of apartment 12 or on the lintel around it.
I don't remember those details. She would have.
Try to get you the right one. So in the second interview, which you took May 27th at 10:59 p.m., I'm going to show you page 10 of that interview. You can read as much of it as you like and see if it refreshes your recollection about what she told you.
Okay. This statement was taken by Filipuchi. I was present. It says that she hauled off and hit him, and that she had been drinking, and that maybe her nose was bleeding. Yes.
And weren't you the one that asked her about that was her? So that's her blood on the door, referring to Theresa Green.
I can't. Hang on one second. Sorry.
That's okay.
Bergen. Trying to line up where I was speaking. Yes. So those are my questions. Yes.
Okay, later on, crime scene obviously would have tested that blood, it would have verified that in fact it was Theresa Green's blood, and now you knew where the blood came from and how it came to be on the door. Is that correct?
We knew that it was her blood on the door. Yes.
Right. Well, it would stand to reason, wouldn't it, that if she had a bloody nose, and got blood on her hands, presumably that's how she found out she had a bloody nose. I mean, that's how most people do it. That could explain how the blood got on the door.
It could explain it. Yes.
Well, you were never given any other explanation for how the blood could have got on the door, right?
Yes, sir.
By any of the witnesses who were there that day.
Right.
Okay. So, Mr. Butler essentially admitted to you that he was an accessory after the fact to the crime of homicide?
Objection, Your Honor. Calls for a legal conclusion.
Sustained.
Well, given the facts that you came to understand about what Mr. Butler's admitted participation in the events that led to finding Theresa Green's body in the back of her car, that you as a law enforcement officer would have found it your duty to arrest this man and charge him with an accessory after the fact of a homicide, correct?
To the best of my knowledge, he followed a caller to Sanford. To the best of my knowledge, I was unaware of him having any knowledge of what was inside that car, sir.
So he never told you that Demorris Hunter had told him to follow him, Mr. Hunter, in the car with Theresa, and that when they got there, Theresa was nowhere to be seen, and that he suspected that something might have happened to Theresa. He never told you those things?
He did, but had no way of knowing where Theresa was or what the condition of Theresa was at the time of that statement was made.
Would you say that his retelling of the facts, his version of the facts, is what led you to make certain conclusions about Mr. Hunter? For example, him telling you that Mr. Hunter had in fact driven the car, that Mr. Hunter had come and got him and asked him to follow him in his van. That based on your reliance on that is what that's what you'd have used to make Mr. Hunter a suspect in this, correct?
Yes.
That's all I have.
Any redirect?
During the course of your investigation, the whole investigation, did you have any evidence whatsoever to suggest that Joseph Butler knew Theresa Green's body was in the trunk?
No, sir. No, sir.
Don't you have to have knowledge that the crime is committed before you can be an accessory?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions from the jury? May this witness be excused. You are free to go, ma'am. Thank you. Statement called. Next witness.
This time, Your Honor, I request to publish the perpetuated testimony of Marissa Kusma. Perpetuated testimony of Marissa Kusma. State false Marissa Kusma. I don't think I can do anything for the audio. It's working well earlier.
No, I don't think so. State your name.
name is Marissa Kusma, K-U-Z.
Please introduce yourself again.
Marissa Kusma,
Just a second.
Orlando Police.
I can hear it over the speakers. It's just not very loud. What if you turn it?
Mine's volume is maxed here.
Okay. Let me try one more thing. Try it again, see if that helps.
State calls Marissa Kusma.
No.
That's better.
Was it better?
I think so. State calls Marissa Kusma.
I know. That's what I did to make it louder. State your name and spell your last name for the court reporter, please.
My name is Marissa Kusma, K-U-Z-M-A.
Can y'all hear that? No. Okay.
We can call a witness out of order and see if we can work on this in a break.
All right. We'll call a witness out of order and I'll have AD come and figure out why we can't hear the audio well enough.
State calls Doug Thomas.
Do you solemnly swear affirm that the testimony shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Sir, could you state your name and spell your last name for the court reporter, please?
Douglas Thomas, Thomas.
Thank you. You may inquire.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
What do you do for a living now?
Now I don't do anything. I do volunteer work.
Okay. Back, what did you do when you worked?
Okay, so I was a crime scene investigator with the Orlando Police Department for over 31 years.
For what period of time were you a crime scene investigator?
That was from 1990 until 2022, I think.
What did you do on a day-to-day basis as a crime scene investigator?
So we'd respond out to all sorts of crime scenes, death investigations, armed robberies, traffic fatalities, burglaries, and we process the crime scenes.
What does it mean to process a crime scene?
So we take photographs, we collect evidence, we test for fingerprints, we look for DNA.
Did you often work as a team when processing a major crime like a homicide?
Yes, we did.
And why was that important to work as a team?
Well, it's much faster when you got two people working, and we take different duties throughout the crime scene as far as processing the scene.
Let me direct your attention to Tuesday, May 28th of 2002. Did you respond to the Bay Run Apartments located at 3216 Cornell Avenue in Orlando to assist in processing a crime scene?
Yes, I did.
And with whom did you respond and work with to process that scene?
It was CSI Gerber, but now she goes by Kusma.
Her first name, Marissa?
Yes.
Did you enter the apartment rented by Theresa Green, specifically apartment number 11?
Yes, I did.
And during the search of her apartment, did you locate what appeared to be blood on the master bedroom door trim?
Yes.
Did you collect a sample of that blood?
Yes, I did.
Can you explain to the jury how you go about doing that?
Collecting the sample.
Yes, sir.
So first off, we've got to determine whether or not that stain is blood or not blood. So we do what's called a phenolphthalein test, and it's basically a 3-chemical test. You take a small swab of the stain, and then we apply alcohol to it, like 1 drop of alcohol, 1 drop of phenolphthalein, and 1 drop of hydrogen peroxide. And if the stain turns like a pink color or a magenta color, then it's positive for blood. If it doesn't, then we know it's not blood and we don't take a sample of it.
So how would you go about actually collecting a sample if it was determined to be blood by the phenolphthalein test?
Okay, so we use sterile swabs. It's almost like a small wooden stick with a cotton swab on the end. And we put a little bit of sterile water on the tip of it. And then we rub it over the stain to pick up as much of the stain as possible. And then once I finish doing that, we let it air dry, and then I enter it into our evidence section.
And what do you do with the cotton swab once it dries? Do you put it in a package?
Yes,
What do you do with that package?
I submit it to our property and evidence section.
Did you follow that same procedure you just described when you collect a sample from that blood on the door trim of apartment 11?
Yes.
They approach. So you must mark the state's exhibit R for identification. You recognize that item. Sorry. First time that's happened.
Yes, I recognize this.
How do you recognize it?
It's got my handwriting on the front. It's got my initials across the seal on the top.
Is that currently sealed?
Yes, it is.
And what is that item?
It's a blood sample from the master bedroom door frame.
And is it in the same or substantially the same condition as when you collected it that day, except for some additional markings from Florida Department of Law Enforcement?
Yes.
This time state would move states R into evidence as 19.
It will be admitted as states 19.
Did you also examine the door trim around the front door to apartment number 12 and the inside of apartment number 12 belonging to Joyce Butler and Joseph Butler?
Yes, I did.
Did the Butlers allow you and your team to go in and look around and do whatever you needed to do?
Yes, they did.
And where was their apartment in relation to Theresa Green's apartment, apartment 11?
Right across the hall.
Were photographs also taken of the Butler's residence in the door trim?
Yes.
May I approach?
You may.
Showing you states exhibit S is in Sam. Can you take a look at those photographs and tell me if you recognize them?
Yes, I recognize these.
And what do those photographs show?
It shows the front door to the apartment, which is apartment 12. And it shows the door trim with stain on the door. And then there's a bluish floor mat on the floor with a stain.
And did those photos fairly and accurately depict the appearance of the door as well as those items you just mentioned in apartment number 12?
Yes.
This time state would move S into evidence as states 20.
Any objection? It will be admitted as states 20.
May I publish, Your Honor?
You may.
Showing you photograph 1 of states 20. What does this show?
That shows the apartment door to apartment 12.
Photograph 2 of states 20, you mentioned a mark on the door trim.
Yes.
What does this show?
This shows a little bit of red stain on the door.
And photograph 3 of states 20. Is it just a close-up?
That's a close-up view of the same blood.
And did you collect samples of this stain as well?
Yes.
And did you do the phenolphthalein test to make sure it was blood before you collected it?
Yes.
Approach.
You may.
Showing you states exhibit T is in Tom for identification. Do you recognize that item?
Yes.
How do you recognize it?
It's got my handwriting on the front of it. It's got my initials across the seal.
And what is that item?
Blood sample from door trim at apartment 12 in the stairwell.
Is that currently sealed?
Yes, it is.
And is it the same or substantially the same condition as when you collected it when you processed this scene? Except for some additional markings from Florida Department of Law Enforcement.
Yes.
This time, state would move states exhibit T as in Tom into evidence of 21.
Any objection?
No objection.
It will be admitted as State's Exhibit 21.
And we've shown you a couple items of blood samples that you collected. Were those sent to the Florida Department of Law Enforcement for DNA analysis?
Yes, they were.
Did you have any involvement in the DNA analysis process at all?
No.
Showing you photo 4 of States 20. What does this show?
So this shows the floor mat on the floor, and there's a reddish stain kind of on the edge of it.
Okay. And what did you do with that stain?
I tested that for blood.
And what did you find?
It was not blood.
So did you collect anything from that stain?
No.
Were you also tasked, along with other members of your crime scene team, with processing the stairwell to the leading up to these two apartments for the presence of fingerprints?
Yes.
Showing you photograph 2 of States 11, I believe. What does this show?
This shows the stairwell going up to apartment 12 and apartment 11.
Can you describe for the jury your training and experience in attempting to lift fingerprints?
Okay, so I've probably worked over 1,000 crime scenes in the last 30 some years. I've made over 1,000 identifications to fingerprints over those years. I've had approximately more than 1,000 hours of advanced crime scene processing and techniques training. I've also got a bachelor's degree in criminal justice.
So you're trained in the process that you go about in trying to lift fingerprints?
Yes.
Now, are there different methods that you can use depending on where the fingerprint is located?
Yes.
Okay. You're trained in all those methods?
Yes.
Okay. Can you explain for the jury, using the photo generally, what areas did you attempt to lift fingerprints from?
Honestly, I really don't recall. Can I look at do you have the latent
I
print
do.
cards?
Okay,
Okay,
we'll
because
do that
that'll
first.
refresh my
Let me
memory.
show you. Showing you if Martin States Exhibit U for identification. You recognize that item.
Yes.
And what does that item purport to be?
Five latent print cards. Says it was submitted by me, but I didn't submit them.
Well, in that packaging, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Can you open that packaging up, look inside, and tell me if you recognize the contents?
Okay.
Our items often repackaged in different packages to make sure they stay together.
Yes.
You recognize the contents.
Yes.
How do you recognize the contents?
It's got my handwriting on the back of the latent print cards. It's also got my initials across the latent print tape on the card.
And how many fingerprint cards are in there?
There's a total of 5.
And are they in the same or substantially the same condition as when you collected them during the processing of this?
Yes.
This time, state would move you into evidence as States 22.
It will be admitted as States 22.
You mentioned the word latent when you're talking about the fingerprints. What is a latent fingerprint?
A latent fingerprint is a fingerprint that is left behind onto a surface. So all humans have raised fingerprint ridges on the tips of their fingers and on the palms of their hands. Whenever you place your hand down onto a hard surface and you lift it back up, what's left on the surface is going to be an impression of those fingerprints from normally sweat on the palms or the fingertips of your hands. So the print that's left on the surface is considered a latent fingerprint.
Does that mean you can't see with the naked eye usually?
Usually,
Okay. What method do you use or did you use to actually recover that fingerprint from the surface of the stairwell area?
okay, for these fingerprints, I used a black powder. It's made by the Searchy company. All fingerprint companies have different types of fingerprint powders, but this was a black powder I used. And so I use a fiberglass brush, and very lightly I go over the fingerprint after I dip it into the fingerprint powder. I go over the surface area very lightly, and then the fingerprint powder will adhere to the ridges on the fingerprint.
So the powder kind of holds onto the oils that are left in the fingerprint itself?
Yes, that's
And
correct.
then once you dust the powder on it and see that there's a print there, how do you go about taking it from the surface and putting it on the card?
Okay, so then I use fingerprint tape, and I put it over the top of the fingerprint. I smooth it out, and then I lift it back up and I place it on a white fingerprint card, which would be like this.
And did you follow that process for each of those 5 fingerprint cards?
Yes, I did.
Did you also note on each of those fingerprint cards from where the fingerprint came?
Yes.
Okay, can you describe generally where did those 5 fingerprint cards come from?
From the door trim of apartment 11, the doorway, the east wall of the stairwell. That was near apartment 11. West wall of the stairway at the top of the stairs. The west wall of the stairway at the top of the stairs. And on the east wall of the stairway at the top of the stairs.
So it appears most of these were on the top of the stairwell up by where the doors to each of the apartments are.
Yes.
Once you collect these fingerprints, are they sent to the fingerprint unit for analysis?
Yes, the fingerprint unit at the Orlando Police Department.
Do you have any involvement in the actual analysis or comparison of these prints to any known prints of individuals?
No.
No further questions, Your Honor. Thank you, sir.
Cross-examination.
Afternoon, Mr. Thomas.
Good afternoon.
As you sit here today, do you have independent recollection of doing the things that you did in this case?
Kind of.
Vaguely remember the location of where it was?
Yes, I do know the location of where it was.
Okay. You testified on direct examination that you didn't have anything to do with the matching portion. Once you take a DNA sample or what you suspect to be blood, and then you send it off to FDLE, they're the ones who determine if it matches somebody in their system
Yes, that's correct.
or a known sample that they might have.
Yes.
And it's important that you get in a situation like this, that you're trying to rule people in or out, depending on whether that's their sample. It's important to get samples from as many people as possible, correct?
Yes.
And you don't know, as you sit here, who those samples may or may not have matched to.
That's correct.
Likewise, with the fingerprints on the stairwell, you lift them, put them on the cards, send them off to the fingerprint matching department, and they're the ones who actually do the matching.
Yes, that's correct.
They compare ridges and points and islands, all of the things that are looked at when we look at fingerprints.
Yes, that's correct.
And as you sit here today, you have no idea who if any of those fingerprints matched anyone.
Yes, you're correct. I don't know.
That's all I have.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Any questions from the jury? I see none. Is this witness excused?
He is, Your Honor.
You are free to go, sir. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to take a brief recess so that we can check the AV. I'm going to give you the same instructions I've given you before. Do not discuss the case among yourselves. Don't discuss it with anyone else. Do not do any independent research while you're away from us. Leave your pads and pens on the chairs. They will be there when you return. And I would ask that I'm going to bring you back in 10 minutes.
Jury exit.
All right. Y'all are excused and AV can come up and figure out what's going on.
Working nicely before, didn't we?
You may be seated. Okay, you may call your next witness.
Now you're on the table. Present the perpetuated testimony of Marissa Kusma, Part 1.
And call its next witness.
It's 9:40.
State calls Marissa Kusma.
Do you solemnly swear affirm that the testimony you shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
State your name and spell your last name for the court reporter, please.
My name is Marissa Kusma, K-U-Z-M-A.
Thank you. Mr. Buxton, you may.
Thank you, Your Honor. Would you please introduce yourself again to the jury?
Marissa Kusma,
Where do you work now?
the Orlando Police Department.
What do you do for them?
I am currently an investigator in the cold case homicide unit.
And Kermit, today is February 17th. It's my understanding at the time of this trial, you're going to be out of the country.
That's correct.
Okay. How long have you worked for the Orlando Police Department?
It'll be 25 years this year.
What do you do on a day-to-day basis now in the cold case unit?
We review all our cold case homicides and try to bring them to a resolution.
How long have you been doing that job?
Since 2023.
Before you were in the cold case unit at the Orlando Police Department, what did you do?
I was a crime scene investigator.
What did that involve?
That involves, our responsibility was to respond to crime scenes, document, collect, process, and preserve physical evidence.
Can you describe your training experience that allowed you to do that job?
At that time, I had been certified in crime scene technology through St. Petersburg College, and I had an extensive field training program with the Orlando Police Department.
How long did you do that job with the Orlando Police Department?
CSI, 22 years.
Were you trained in the different methods of collecting different pieces of evidence?
Yes,
And during the course of your career as a crime scene investigator at Orlando Police Department, were you tasked with prosecuting or with processing homicide scenes?
yes.
Can you estimate about how many?
During that course of time of my career, approximately 150.
When you're working a more complex scene, like a homicide scene, is it common for you to work in teams with other crime scene investigators?
Yes.
Why is that done?
We have no tasks to do, we kind of divide and conquer. Excuse me. There may be more than one location that needs to be processed, and it's always good to have extra eyes.
When you are processing a crime scene and collecting evidence, do you usually have the benefit of a full and complete investigation at that time?
No.
Why not?
A full investigation can take months, so we go in at the beginning of the investigation, and we rarely have much information at the time that we respond.
As a result of you being called out to a scene very early on in the investigation, do you often end up collecting items of evidence that have no relevance or no bearing on the case? Just to be
Yes.
safe.
Yes, quite often.
Let me direct your attention to Monday, May 27th, 2002. Did you respond to the Bay Run Apartments located at 3216 Cornell Avenue?
Yes.
And did you specifically go to apartment number 11?
Yes.
Where was that apartment located?
It was on the second floor of the building, it was on 2 floors, and it was on the left-hand side.
And whose apartment was apartment number 11?
Theresa Green. Theresa Green,
What was your purpose of going there?
to document the scene, the apartment.
And when you say document the scene, what does that involve?
And my role that night was to take photographs.
Did you go there alone or with another crime scene investigator?
I was with another crime scene investigator,
Who was that?
CSI Lewis King.
When you arrived there, was that scene in the apartment complex in the area blocked off or secured in some way?
Yes.
How was that done?
Responding officers stretched, yellow crimson tape to keep unauthorized persons out of the scene.
And was that tape already up when you arrived?
Yes, sir.
And was there a law enforcement officer there to make sure no unauthorized people went into that crime scene?
Yes.
You said a few minutes ago that your primary duty, or one of your duties there, was to take photographs of the scene. Did you do that?
Yes, sir.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Okay.
Showing up from previously marked as State's Exhibit A for identification. You take a look at that exhibit and let me know if you recognize what it shows.
Yes, those are photos of that I took at the scene.
Do those photos fairly and accurately depict what the scene looked like, as well as some of the items inside apartment number 11?
Yes, sir.
This time, State will move State's Exhibit A into evidence of State 1.
No objection, Your Honor.
It will be admitted as State's Exhibit 1.
It's a composite of 15 photos. May I publish?
May.
Showing you photograph 1 of States 1. I may have to turn around and look behind you a little bit.
She's got it on the screen.
Oh, you, I'm sorry. Okay. What does this show?
That is the entrance to the four apartments in that area.
We see some yellow tape strung across the center of that photograph. What is that?
That's the yellow crimson tape that officers,
We also see some white paper leading up the staircase. What is that?
that is paper that we put down
What's the purpose of doing that?
to avoid tracking any debris or anything into the scene.
And you said apartment number 11 was upstairs.
Correct.
Showing you photograph 2 of States 1. What does this show?
That is the top of the stairway, and the apartment in question is on the left.
Photograph 3 of States 1. What is this?
That's the apartment number on the exterior of the front door.
Did you see any damage to the exterior of the door or the door jamb into apartment number 11?
No,
Any indication the door had been broken or forced open in any way?
no, sir.
Is that door the only way to get into apartment number 11?
Yes,
When you arrived, did you at some point go inside apartment number 11?
yes.
Generally, can you describe for the jury what the inside of that apartment looked like? Was it clean? Was it orderly? Was it really messy?
It was very clean and orderly. Nothing was out of place that I saw other than a couple of.
Okay, we'll get to those things in a few minutes. Showing you photograph 4 of States 1, referring to the master bedroom. What did you notice on the bed of the master bedroom?
In the master bedroom, that everything was neat, orderly, the bed was made, there was a purse and the contents of the purse scattered on the bed.
Showing you photograph 5 of States 1. What does this show?
That was the purse that was on the bed, along with other items that were scattered about.
Photograph 6 of States 1. What do we see here?
Still more contents of the purse.
And we see a driver's license at the bottom of that photo. In the hallway that you documented.
Yes, there was a hole in the hallway wall.
Was this a small hole or was it a relatively large hole?
It's relatively large.
So you are the photographer. Are you in the same room as the previous photos where we saw the purse and the items in the bed?
Yes, sir.
Showing you photograph 8 of States 1. What do we see here?
That's the hole in the hallway wall.
Did you measure the size and location of the damage to that wall?
Yes, sir.
How do you do that?
We have measuring sticks that we had used at that time.
Showing you photograph 9 of States 1, that portion of the hole that we saw in the previous photo. How, the deepest portion of that hole, how high above the ground was that?
At the beginning of it, the lowest point was about 19 inches.
Photograph 10 of states 1. What does it show?
That is the top of the hole from the ground,
About how far was the top of the hole from the ground?
43.
Did you measure that size of that hole horizontally as well?
Yes,
Showing you photo 11. How far from the door jamb did that hole begin?
it was only about an inch or so.
And photograph 12 of stage 1. How far did it extend from the door jamb?
About 16 inches.
Showing you photo 8 of states 1 again. So based on your measurements, was the hole about 16 inches wide and about 24 or so inches tall?
Yes,
Did you also, you mentioned you also went into the master bedroom. Did you go into the master bathroom as well?
it was the hallway bathroom,
Okay.
yes.
Showing you photograph 13 of states 1. What do we see here?
That is a view of the hallway bathroom and a ladies' gold watch.
Photograph 14 of states 1. What's the show?
That is another view of that gold watch. It appeared that the band was broken.
What about photograph 15 of states 1?
That was the other end of the gold watch.
Did you collect, at this point, did you collect any of these items of evidence that we have looked at, such as the gold watch?
No, sir.
Why not?
We had a jurisdictional conflict at the time.
What do you mean by that?
While we were at the scene, the victim's body had been located and it was in another city, so we weren't sure which agency was going to be investigating
And where was the victim's body located?
in Stanford, Florida.
Was it in a car?
Yes, I voted, sorry.
That's okay. Did you eventually go out, and we're gonna get this in a little bit, did you eventually go out and process the vehicle and the vehicle in which the victim's body was found?
Yes,
All right, we'll talk about that later on. So based on this potential jurisdictional conflict of not knowing which agency is gonna investigate the case, what did you do?
at the time, it was cleared up relatively quickly, so within an hour or so, another CSI and I went out to Stanford.
Okay, so you guys were in the apartment, looking around, photographing, documenting things, and you learned of this potential, the finding of the victim's body. Did you guys back out of the apartment?
Yes, we were asked to take it.
Okay. When you, and I'm assuming the whole team vacated, right?
Yes,
When you and the other crime scene investigators exited that apartment, was the apartment left secured somehow?
yes.
How?
It was, I remember if we could see, there was a crime scene tape still across that apartment door and officers were left on scene as well.
Let me direct your attention to the next day. This will be Tuesday, May 28th, 2002. Did you and other crime scene investigators return to that same apartment complex to continue processing the scene?
Yes, in early morning hours.
Who would the main crime scene investigator be that was in charge of kind of directing everybody what to do?
Karen Livengood.
What was your role that second day, that morning, Tuesday morning?
I assisted in processing the stairwell area for latent fingerprints.
Showing you photograph 2 again of stage 1. Is this the stairwell you're talking about?
Yes,
Can you describe to the jury your training and experience in processing something for fingerprints?
again, I had a lot of practical training in school and then in my field training with OPD, as well as all the scenes that I responded to, I have a lot of experience.
OPD is Orlando Police Department.
Yes,
Can you explain to the jury the process that you go through when you're trying to lift fingerprints or something of that effect?
fingerprint powder is applied to the surface and that powder will adhere to moisture or oils in the residue and it makes the print visible. And from there, a clear tape is laid across the print, tape is lifted and placed on the back card.
If you are successful in lifting a fingerprint using the method you just described, are you the person that would examine that fingerprint to see if it has sufficient detail to allow it to be compared to somebody's known fingerprints?
No, sir.
Does somebody else in your agency do that?
Yes.
From what areas did you attempt to process or lift latent fingerprints in the stairwell?
Most of mine were upstairs, outside apartment 11 and 12 and that back wall there.
And apartment 11, I think you said earlier, is upstairs on the left.
Correct.
Where's apartment number 12?
Directly across.
And then that back wall that we see in the photograph of the fire hydrant, or the fire extinguisher is?
Yes.
Were you able to lift any fingerprints from that area you just described?
Yes.
How many?
Great.
And where were those 3 fingerprints recovered from?
One was on the door frame, the inner edge of the door frame of apartment 11. Same with apartment 12, the inner edge of the door frame, and then the south wall there.
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Showing you what's marked as States Exhibit B as in boy. Can you take a look at that item and tell me if you recognize it?
Not the packaging itself, it's been repackaged.
Can you open that up, look inside, and tell me if you recognize the contents?
Yes,
What's inside?
there were the 3 latent lift cards that I had submitted to the waiting treatment.
You recognize those?
I do.
How do you recognize?
My handwriting as well as my initials and the date.
Your name currently is Kusma, your last name?
Yes,
What was your name back when you processed this scene?
Gerber,
Okay.
like the baby food.
All right. Do those fingerprint cards, are they in the same or substantially the same condition as when you collected them that day?
Yes,
This time statement would be in evidence of States 2, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
You received the States too.
And I believe you said earlier, someone else would have been in charge of doing any kind of comparison and need to be done with fingerprints, right?
that's correct.
No further questions at this time.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr.
Just very briefly. In the sequence of photographs that showed the bathroom with a watch in it, was I mistaken?
Just hang tight, Ms. Butler.
We need to.
Yes.
All right, you may be seated. Thank you for your patience, ladies and gentlemen. We got the very frustrating technical problems resolved. Mr. Buxman, you may call your next witness.
State calls Joyce Butler.
Ms. Butler, could you raise your right hand to be sworn, please? Do you
Yes.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. You may, could you state your name, put your hand down. Could you state your name and spell your last name, please?
Joyce Butler, Butler.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Buxman.
Good afternoon, Ms. Butler.
How you doing?
Not too bad. I heard that you got sick this weekend, so I hope you're feeling a little better.
Yes.
Okay. What do you do for a living now, ma'am?
I don't do nothing.
You retired?
I'm retired.
Okay.
Yes.
Where did you work before you retired?
I work at Florida Hospital.
Okay. What did you do for the hospital when you worked there?
Housekeeping.
Do you know a man named Joseph Butler?
Yes.
Who is he in relation to you?
That's my husband.
Okay. Let me direct your attention back to May of 2002. Did you live in the Bay Run apartments located at 3216 Cornell Avenue?
Yes.
And did you guys live in apartment 12 then?
Yes.
Who'd you live there with?
Me and Joe.
Did you live upstairs or downstairs?
Upstairs.
Did you know a woman named Theresa Green when you lived there?
Yes.
And prior to her death, how long had you known Miss Green?
Oh, I think a long time,
Okay,
but I don't remember.
that's fair. It's been a while. It's okay. Where did she live in relation to your apartment?
She's still on the second floor, across from me.
Okay. I'm going to direct your attention to late Saturday night, May 25th of 2002 into Sunday morning. Was there kind of a get-together at your apartment there?
Yes, but you know, we really didn't have the party.
What about the party? I didn't hear you.
I said, we really didn't have it.
Okay. Did people come over to your place that night though?
Yes, they did.
Okay. And who was there at your apartment that night?
It was me and Joe and one of his friends.
Was Miss Green there also?
No, no.
At some point, did Miss Green come to your house for this get-together with a guy named Mike?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember if Miss Green and Mike were dating or together at around that time?
I really don't know.
Okay, that's okay. So, did you have to go to work the next morning early?
Yes.
Okay, and at some point, what happened with the party? Did you kind of shut it down?
Yeah, we shut it down.
All right, tell me what happened when the party was shut down. Did anything happen between your husband, Joe, and Miss Green?
Well, she slapped Joe in the face.
Okay.
And Joe said, why you slapped me in the face like that? I guess she was kind of, drunk.
Okay, and did Joe slap her back?
Yeah, he did.
Okay.
He slapped her back.
At some point, did there come a time where somebody fell down the stairs?
Both of them fell down the stairs.
Okay, tell me what happened.
I guess they was drinking and they both fell down the stairs.
Okay, who fell down?
Theresa and what's that guy name? I don't know the guy name.
It's a guy with Theresa. Is that Mike?
Yeah, Mike.
Okay, so
They
did
both fell down the stairs.
okay, did you see that happen?
Yes, I did.
All right, what happened when they reached the bottom of the stairs? Was anybody hurt?
No,
Okay. What did you see them do after they reached the bottom of the stairs?
they went back to the apartment,
Whose apartment?
Teresa's apartment.
The one right across from yours.
Yes.
I understand. Did you see Theresa Green again after that day or that evening?
I really don't know.
Back then, do you remember what kind of vehicle Mike was driving?
I think it was a white car. I'm not sure.
Did he have a van also?
Yeah, he had a van.
Okay, so he had a van. Who had the white car? Whose car was that?
Teresa.
So let me move ahead a few hours. Early Sunday morning.
Uh-huh.
Did you see Mike early the next morning, several hours after the party?
No.
Do you remember, did Mike ever come to your apartment the next morning and ask Joe to help do something?
Yes.
Okay, tell me what happened.
I guess he asked Joe to follow him to the car.
To follow him?
Yes, they went to they went somewhere.
Okay. And did Joe agree to do that and follow Mike?
Yes.
What vehicle did Joe drive? Do you know?
No.
You don't know whether he drove the van or the white car?
I think he drove the van. I'm not sure.
Okay. Did you ever see Theresa Green with Mike the next morning when Joe followed him in the van?
No. I didn't see her.
At some point, did your husband come back from wherever they went?
Yeah, he
Okay.
came back.
Okay. Do you remember about how long he was gone?
I don't know.
Okay, it's been a while. At some point, did law enforcement or the police come and talk to you and interview you?
Yes,
When the police talked to you the first time, did you tell them anything about Joe following Mike in the car that morning?
yes.
Okay. Did you tell them that the first time
Because
or the second?
Mike, the first time, Mike came to the door and he opened the, he came to the door and knocked on the door. He said he wanna ask Joe something.
Okay.
He want to ask Joe to follow him.
And do you remember if you told the police that the first time they talked to you, or was it the second time, or do you remember?
I think it was the second time.
Okay. Do you remember why you didn't tell them about that the first time they talked to you?
No, I really didn't tell him that.
Okay. Do you know why you didn't tell them that?
Nope.
Okay. When the police came to your apartment, did they ask permission to go inside your apartment and look around?
Yes.
Did you let them do that?
Uh-huh.
Okay. Is that a yes?
Yes.
Okay. Now, a few days later, did you also talk to a female detective who showed you some pictures of some people?
Yes.
Do you remember being able to, did you pick out the person that you knew as Mike from those different photographs?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Butler. I don't have any questions, but don't hang up because the defense lawyer has some questions for you probably too, okay?
Okay, no problem.
Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome.
Mr. Marrero?
Good afternoon, Mrs. Butler. Can you hear me?
Yes, I could hear you.
Can you see me? I'm not sure you can. I can't tell.
No, I can't see you. but
Oh, you can?
see me?
Okay, good. Ms. Butler, did
Yes.
you have the opportunity to read statements that you gave back in the day when this case first happened, back in 2002, that were recorded and then transcribed? Did you ever have the chance to read those?
I don't remember.
And how about a deposition that you gave in 2015? It was kind of long. And did you ever read through that deposition?
Maybe. I'm not sure.
I don't mean to embarrass you by asking you this question, but if you did have them, could you read them? Can you read?
No, I don't have them.
I'm sorry?
I don't have them.
You don't have them? Okay.
Uh-uh.
All right.
It's been a long time.
I'm sorry?
I said, that's been a long time. I don't have it.
Okay. So you're just going on your memory today of what happened 24 years ago. Is that right?
Yes. That's a
Um,
long time.
Yes, ma'am. Can I ask you, what's your memory like? Is your memory still pretty good, or do you sometimes have problems remembering things now that?
Yeah, I have a problem.
Yeah. That's okay. We're all getting older and it gets harder and harder to remember stuff.
Yes, we do.
Let me just tell you that you did give statements to the police, a couple of different statements. Remember when the prosecutor asked you that the first time that you spoke to the police, you didn't tell them that Joe had gone anywhere with Mr. Hunter. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
Okay. In fact, the story you told them was that Mr. Hunter had called your house, your apartment, and told Joe that Teresa's car was in Sanford. Do you remember telling the police that?
Yes,
Okay. Now that wasn't true, right?
no,
Okay. And the reason that you didn't tell the police the truth was because you didn't want them to know that Joe had been involved in whatever trouble had happened. Is that right?
right,
Now, you and Joe were living in an apartment that was owned by Florida Hospital,
yes,
and they
Yes.
rented to employees of Florida Hospital.
yes,
And you believed back then that if any of you got in any kind of trouble, the Florida Hospital might, like if somebody called the cops and the cops came over and there was some trouble at your apartment, that you might get thrown out of your apartment, or you might even lose your job. Is that fair?
that's true.
Okay. Now, you had known Theresa for a long time. You liked her?
Yeah, I like to
She was a nice lady.
Teresa was a good friend.
Y'all
Yes,
got,
she was a
y'all
good
got
person.
along all right.
Yes,
So this night that you had this get together at your house, and if you don't mind my asking, how come you don't like to call it a party?
well, I really don't like, parties, I
Okay,
really don't like,
I'm just saying, if people get together and they're listening to music and drinking, that sounds like a party to me. But
yeah,
okay.
really do.
And so some people were drinking. And Judge, I would, if Your Honor, if you don't mind, I would just ask that the other witness be asked to leave the room while she's testifying. Sorry, Ms. Moore.
Yes,
Ms. Moore, if you're in the room, we need you to leave. Thank you.
Thank you. So on the night that this get together happened at your apartment, Miss Green was drinking, right?
yeah,
She was drinking quite a bit.
a lot.
A lot. Now, you were not drinking, right?
Oh, no, I don't drink.
You don't drink, period. Okay.
No,
But Joe did back then, right?
yes,
And do you remember him drinking quite a bit that evening as well?
yeah, he was drinking.
And but the Mike, Teresa's boyfriend, he wasn't drinking. Is that right?
I guess he was drinking. I'm not sure.
You're not sure. Okay, that's
No.
fine. Now, you went to bed pretty early that night because you had to work the next day, correct?
Yes,
And
yes.
and
That was on a Sunday.
was on a Sunday. So like
Yeah.
Sunday after midnight?
No, in the morning. I had to go to work in the morning time.
Yeah, okay, so, all right, I understand you now. What you're saying is that Sunday morning you had to go to work. So
Yeah,
Saturday night into Sunday morning is when everybody was over your place. Is that right?
yes,
Now, while everybody was over, and just to be sure I got this right, it was, you were there, Joe was there, Mike was there, and Theresa was there. Is that right?
yes.
Do you remember your daughter Lisa being there? Don't
I don't remember.
you don't remember if she was there or not?
Mm-mm.
Okay. Do you remember? And I'm asking these questions based on testimony that you've given in the past.
Yeah.
Coming out at some point because the music's playing and people are talking kind of loud because people are getting drunk. Coming out there to ask them to turn the music down because you can't sleep.
Yes,
Yes. Do you remember if you did that more than once?
a couple of times.
A couple times. Do you remember
Yeah, because, I had to
that
go to work the next morning.
I'm sorry, because you had to work the next morning, sure. It's hard to sleep
That's
with
right.
music and loud voices in the room right next door to your bedroom, isn't it?
Yes.
Now, do you remember Joe getting angry about your telling him to turn the music down and stop talking so loud?
Yeah,
And
I did. I told him,
I'm
turn the
sorry,
music down. I was trying to go to sleep.
right? And he got angry about that. Joe
Yes, he
did?
did.
Do you remember him slamming the door in your bedroom?
I think so. I'm not sure.
Okay. Now, at some point, Joe did turn the music down, right?
Yes, he did.
And told everybody that they had to go, right?
Yes. He told
Now,
me they had to leave.
When this happened, you're not in bed, right?
No, I was still up.
You're up. You're in the living room.
Yes.
Now, if I told you that this probably happened around 2:30 in the morning, would that sound about right?
Right.
So it's pretty late. And you had to be at work very early the next morning.
Yes, at 7 o'clock.
And so you were in the living room when you saw Joe tell everybody that they had to leave.
Yeah, I told him.
And you were in
I
the
told
living
him,
room
he
when
told me,
Theresa,
go home.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that? Because I was not able to hear it.
Joe told them they had to go home.
Okay. Was he kind of angry when he was saying that?
No.
No? Now, you were in the living room when you saw Theresa walk up to Joe and slap him in the face.
Yeah. And Joe said, why you slap me in the face?
Right, sure. And then
Yeah.
and now you saw Joe slap her back, right?
Yes.
Now, you told Detective Bergen, who's one of the detectives that you spoke to, a woman with short hair, that when Joe smacked her, slapped Theresa, that she got a bloody nose from that. You remember telling her that?
Yeah.
And that was true, right?
Yes.
And then the two of them kind of started to get into it after that, right?
Yes.
Theresa was pretty angry and pretty drunk, right?
Yes. And then, wait a minute. And then her boyfriend,
Right.
the boyfriend say, why you let Joe snap me in the face?
You mean she said to her boyfriend, why do you let Joe smack me in the face? Is that right?
That's right.
And that boyfriend was Mike?
Right. Mike, that's right.
Okay. So at some point, they're out in the hallway, that little hallway in between the two doors in your apartment.
Uh-huh.
And you told the prosecutor that you saw both Mike and Theresa fall down the stairs. Is that right?
Yes, they did.
And
Yes.
now when you were asked the question, you testified that they must have both been drunk and that's what caused them to fall down the stairs. Is that right?
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
They was drinking.
All right. And they fell all the way down to the bottom of the stairs?
Yes, all the way down.
And were they tumbling as they were coming down the stairs?
Yes, it was.
Kind of one on top of the other, kind of?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't want to put words in your mouth. You were standing there and you saw them fall all the way down the stairs. Is that right?
Yes, it did.
Okay.
Yes.
And then did you see them get up or did you just close the door at that point?
They got up.
Okay. And they walked
They
back,
got up and went back upstairs.
they walked back up upstairs. Okay.
Yes.
Now,
They shut the door.
when they came back up the stairs, was that the end of it for you? Did you go back into your room and into your apartment and close the door? Or?
Yes, I did.
Do you remember Lisa showing up at some point? Your daughter?
Yeah,
When did she come?
Yes,
After,
sure.
after the fall or before the fall?
yes,
After the fall?
after the fall, yeah.
Okay. Did you ever tell Lisa that Joe was threatening you or that he hit you?
No,
Were you scared of Joe doing anything like that?
no,
So, you know that Lisa got a hold of your other son and he came over, and I'm sorry, I've forgotten his name. Starts with an R.
Raymond,
Raymond.
Raymond.
Raymond. And she called Raymond and Raymond came over that night?
I guess so.
You don't remember? If you don't remember, just say, I don't remember.
I don't remember that.
Okay, but you didn't tell Lisa to call Raymond, did you?
Nope,
And if Raymond did come over, it would have been after the fall, 2:30, 3 o'clock in the morning?
I don't remember.
Don't remember. Do you remember, you don't remember talking to Raymond at any point that night?
Mm-mm.
No. Okay. So the second time that you talked to the detective, after she had spoken with your husband, Joe, you told the detective that Mike came over your apartment and that he got Joe up out of bed and told him that he needed to follow him in the car. Is that right?
That's right.
Okay. And did
That was
you-
it.
you
That
did-
was in the morning time.
that was in the morning, and you didn't ask
Right.
Joe where he was going.
Nope,
Now, he told you that Mike had said, or maybe you even heard Mike say, I need you to follow me and Theresa to in the van.
yes,
Okay. Now, when Joe left, they were gone for a little bit, right?
yes,
And he came back maybe an hour later.
yes,
When he came back, he told you, I mean, you asked him, what was that all about? Where'd you guys go? What were you doing?
nope,
You didn't ask him?
uh-uh,
Did he, but at some point he told you that Mike told him, I messed up.
yes,
And did Joe ever tell you that he was afraid that something might have happened to Theresa?
yes.
And
And Raymond.
I'm
and the
sorry?
thing about it,
I'm sorry?
He said, I told him, I said, I don't want to hear that. What happened?
You told him that you didn't want to hear
I don't want to hear that.
that something might have happened to Theresa. You didn't want to hear that.
Yes. Yes,
And did the two of you kind of agree that you weren't going to call the police?
no,
You decided on your own that you weren't going to call the police.
right.
I mean, you didn't call the police, right?
But the police came anyway.
Oh, yes, they did.
They came anyway.
But what I'm saying is they came because Octavius Hayes called them on Monday, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes,
They didn't come because you called them.
no. I ain't called them.
Is that because you were afraid that if the police showed up, that they might think that your husband was involved in something?
Not really.
No? You just didn't
Mm,
care to call the police?
right. But they can't anyway.
Oh, I know.
And really, that's a long time, you know?
I'm sorry?
That's really a long time. I said, that's a long time.
Ago.
Remember stuff like that.
It is. But you remember today that you didn't call the police on Sunday and you didn't call the police on Monday.
No.
You spoke to the police when somebody else called them and they came to your place and asked you if you knew anything, right?
Yes, yes.
You remember a young boy by the name of Tate?
Tate.
Octavius Hayes? Does the name sound familiar?
I don't know.
Do you remember Theresa Green having a little boy
Yeah,
who lived with her?
his son.
Her son, right?
Yes.
Do you remember? You don't remember his name?
No, I don't know his name.
Okay. Now, on Monday, he says, on Monday, he came by your apartment and asked you and Joe if you had seen his mom, right?
Yes.
You remember
He
that?
sure did.
He sure did.
Mm-hmm.
Because his mom's door was unlocked and he hadn't heard from her and didn't know where she was.
Right,
Now, he-
that's true now.
He was a young man at that time, right? About 13?
Yeah, yeah, 13.
And when he asked you and Joe, have you seen my mom? Both of you said, no, we ain't seen her, right?
Right, we didn't see it.
We didn't, what? Do you remember telling that young man that, no, you hadn't seen his mom and didn't have any idea where she was?
Yes, because, he was looking for his mom.
Yeah, he was.
And I told her, I said, I didn't see her.
You didn't say to him, well, she was over our place Saturday night and she fell down the stairs and any of that. You didn't tell him any of that, right?
No. Mm-mm.
When you gave a deposition, that's when you were interviewed by some lawyers, not us. You and I have never met before, but you were interviewed by some lawyers about what had happened. That was in 2015. That was over 10 years ago now. Do you remember that?
Yes.
I know you told us that you haven't had the opportunity to read what you said, but the lawyer there asked you if over the 16 years that had gone by since Theresa Green went missing, if you and Joe ever talked about it, ever talked about what happened on that Sunday, and that he told you, I don't know nothing about that, right?
I guess so. I don't know.
And your response was, I don't either.
Mm-hmm. I don't remember that.
Well, I mean, as you sit here today, you and Joe, as the years have gone by, it's been a lot longer now. As the years have gone by, you and him have never talked about what happened that Sunday morning
Mm-mm.
and how Theresa went missing.
No.
Okay. That's all I have.
Any
Yes.
redirect?
That's
Hold on just a second, ma'am.
No redirect, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Does the jury have any questions? All right, seeing none, is this witness excused?
She is, Your Honor.
Thank you, Ms.
Okay,
Butler.
thank-
You are free to go.
Okay, thanks.
Have a good day.
You too now.
You may call your next witness.
State calls Howard Coon.
Can you please raise your hand and be sworn? Do you solemnly swear affirm that the testimony you shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Are you going to be using?
I was going to judge.
Okay.
I could start and
You may have,
I'm plugged into Podium like I have been.
okay, yeah. I wonder if they did something when they were here before, with the video. See if that works. You may be getting. Nope, it's off. Completely out of there. All right. Why don't we get started and
Yes, ma'am.
they'll call AB and tell him to fix it.
Has he been sworn, Judge? I think he has. I'm sorry.
Yes.
Yes. Sir, could you state your name and spell your last name for the court reporter, please?
Yes, my name is Howard, and my last name is spelled Kuehn, Coon.
Thank you. You may inquire.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
What do you do for a living now?
I am currently retired.
Where did you work before you retired?
I work for the Orlando Police Department.
What was your role? Well, first, when did you start working with the Orlando PD?
I started in February of 2002.
What did you do before you worked for OPD?
For OPD, I worked out at the airport for a subcontractor for Delta Airlines as a skycap.
What did you do before that?
Before that, I worked a multitude of jobs, including Orange County Sheriff's Office for a year, and prior to that, leaving high school, I worked for the FBI in Washington, D.C.
When you started with the Orlando Police Department, what was your role with the agency?
When I started, I was a crime scene technician, CST.
And when did you start again?
February 25th of 2002.
So at the time this case happened, you were new with Orlando PD.
Yes, I was in the third phase of my training.
Describe the training that you had in doing crime scene work at the point where this case occurred.
I had been shown in the first two phases of how to collect evidence, either physically or using powder to collect fingerprints that may be on something, collecting blood samples, as well as taking photographs of scenes in a particular order.
Had you done any of those duties with Orange County Sheriff's Office or with the FBI previously?
My Orange County and FBI experience were in fingerprints, but not in latent prints. It was mostly inked fingerprints and just doing searches.
Can you estimate about how many, thank you, about how many crime scenes you had processed with the Orlando Police Department during this period?
I would say in excess of 100.
Following your duties as a crime scene technician with the Orlando Police Department, what did you do then?
In December of 2004, I accepted the position of latent print examiner with the police department.
And did you do some latent fingerprint examination in this case?
Yes, I did.
Okay, we're going to talk about that. I think you're going to testify again probably tomorrow morning.
Okay.
And we'll talk about that later. So we're going to start with the crime scene stuff right now. Did you, because you were new with Orlando Police Department and crime scene work when this case happened, were you working with another more experienced crime scene analyst?
Yes, I was.
Who was that?
That was Karen Livengood.
And what was crime scene investigator Livengood's experience with Orlando Police Department?
I believe she had been working with Orlando Police Department for in excess of 5 years when I got there.
Is it your understanding that she has some medical problems right now?
Yeah, she does, my understanding, yes.
Did you assist CSI Livengood in photographing this crime scene?
She actually photographed the scene. I helped her collect evidence and I drew a sketch of the apartment.
Did you also assist in lifting fingerprints and collecting samples for potential DNA purposes?
I did.
Okay. Describe the protocols that were in place of how you would document things that you collected at a crime scene, how you would document photographs and from where you collected evidence.
And when we were collecting evidence, wherever the items were obtained from, they would be placed in a brown paper bag. And on the bag would just be written briefly what was in there and what location they were picked up at. And as far as the fingerprints go, if there were latent prints that were lifted, they were attached to a white card about the size of an index card. And on the front, you would be able to put down the location, the case number, and all the pertinent information that we would need.
When your crime scene team would collect a piece of evidence, would they take it immediately once it was documented, photographed, and place it in an evidence bag like we've seen?
It would not be placed in that bag until we're back at the forensic lab at police headquarters.
And at that point, you said you would document where the item was collected from?
Yes, it would be just briefly written on the bag to start, and then you would fill out a form that would be attached to each evidence submission that had the exact location and where it was and what the evidence was.
Would the crime scene technician also document the case number associated with it?
Yes, everything would have been on that.
The date and time of collection?
Yes,
The description of the item?
yes.
And would the crime scene analyst who collected that piece of evidence also initial the package somehow?
They would.
How would that be done?
There'd be a piece of red and black evidence tape, very thinly placed, that would tear easy. So you would place it over any seal or open edges of the envelope, and then you would initial it and also date it. So that would make sure that if anybody got into it, your initials or the date would be compromised.
Is that how you collected pieces of evidence?
Yes,
And is that also how CSI, Karen Livengood, Doug Thomas, Marissa Gerber, then now Kusma, also did that same process?
yes.
During the course of working with Karen Livengood, how long did you work with her?
I worked with her for about, I believe, 6 weeks.
And have you worked with her after you even transitioned into the fingerprint analysis?
Yes, I would work with her anytime she submitted any fingerprint evidence that would come to my office. I would work with her in that regard.
And how long did that working relationship last? When did she retire?
I'll be honest with you, I don't remember when she retired, sir, but I believe it was maybe a couple years before I did.
Okay, so that relationship stayed intact for many years.
Yes,
During the course of your working relationship, did you come to know her handwriting and her signature?
yes,
How she initialed her evidence packages
yes,
and how she documented certain things?
yes.
I want to direct your attention to Tuesday, May 28th, 2002, and Wednesday, May 29th, 2002. As you respond to the Bay Run Apartments located at 3216 Cornell Avenue to assist in processing various aspects of this crime scene.
Yes, we did.
Did that process take several days?
It did.
So it's not like CSI where it's all wrapped up in a half hour?
No, it's not.
let's start with apartment number 11, the apartment rented by Theresa Green. Did you go inside and help Karen Livengood collect and document and process various things inside that apartment?
I did.
And were photographs taken of what you all found inside that apartment?
Yes, sir.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Nay.
Showing the list of marked as State's Exhibit V, as in Victor, do you recognize those photos?
Yes, I do.
And generally, what do those photographs show?
Show miscellaneous paper items along with, I believe, a purse, as well as a watch laying on the vanity at the bathroom, and then a close-up of that watch, and then the band of that watch.
Do those photographs fairly accurately depict those items as you saw them when you processed the scene?
Yes.
This time, State will give V into evidence as dates 23.
It will be admitted as states 23.
And may I publish?
You may.
Showing you photograph 1 from states 23. What do we see here?
Again, miscellaneous paper items, a driver's license, a purse, and can't really make out what the other things are, but miscellaneous paper items.
Were these items found in the bed of the master bedroom?
Yes.
Was the black purse we see in the photograph collected?
Yes, it was.
Showing you some marked states exhibit W. You recognize this item?
Yes, I do.
Do you recognize Karen Livengood's writing and initials and all the other documentation on that item?
Yes, it has the evidence number, the OPD case number, her name, Detective Filipucci's name, as well as everything that was found at that location. On the back, you'll have the red tape that we spoke of that has her initials and the date. So that,
Were you present with her, helping her process and collect these items?
yes.
Can you open it up, look inside, and tell me if you recognize the contents?
Okay. Yes, everything appears to be there, yes.
What's inside?
You have her Florida driver's license.
Go ahead and keep that, just
Wallet.
or just keep it in your lap.
Okay, sorry.
That's okay.
And a purse,
Okay. Are they in the same or substantially the same condition as when they were collected from the apartment that
as
day?
best I remember, yes, sir.
This time the state would move W into evidence as 24.
It will be admitted as states exhibit 24.
Were you present when Karen Livengood also collected some miscellaneous papers from the bed in the first area?
Yes.
Showing you there, showing those marked states exhibit X.
Okay.
identification. Recognize that packaging as well as the handwriting and the initials on it.
Yes, I do.
What is it?
Miscellaneous papers from black purse that was located on the bed in the southeast bedroom on apartment 11 at 3216 Cornell Avenue.
You open it up, look inside, tell me if you recognize the contents.
Yes.
What's inside generally?
Paper items, receipts.
Are they in the same or substantially the same condition as when they were collected from Ms. Green's apartment that day?
They had been processed, so they are slightly different from the processing, but yes.
And what do you mean by process?
They were used, probably a chemical called anhydride, which the paper item would be immersed in, and then given time to dry and put under light and heat. It will work with amino acids in the body, and it will bring a fingerprint up, usually a magenta colored, something along those lines.
Does that change the color of some of the items?
Right. Some of the colors are discolored. They're no longer white like they are in the photos.
This time state would move X into evidence as 25, Your Honor.
It will be admitted as State's Exhibit 25.
So obviously, based on your last answer, these items were taken back to the lab, processed further for the presence of fingerprints?
Yes, they were.
Or any fingerprints successfully lifted from any of these pieces of paper?
I believe there were, yes.
Okay. And in fact, were you the fingerprint analyst who later examined those and compared to the various numbers?
I was.
Okay. When you process an item using the method you described, using an anhydride, we've heard about lifting fingerprints using powder. How do you document the fingerprints using this method? Do you photograph them?
Those prints that are done chemically, they are photographed, yes.
May I approach? Show me State's Exhibit Y for identification. Is that item sealed?
It is,
You open that up, look inside, and tell me if you recognize the contents.
okay. Yes, I do.
And what are those generally?
These are photographed areas of latent prints that were developed on the previously mentioned pieces of paper.
Are those in the same or substantially the same condition as when they were photographed from the processing of these items?
Yes,
This time State would move Y into evidence as 26.
Y will be admitted as State's Exhibit 26.
Is it common when photographs are taken of prints using this method to document or write on the photograph the location or what item the print came from?
yes. What will be is when the items are processed on the original item would be processed. The person that processes it, if they find areas of fingerprints that they want to be examined, they will horseshoe or like half moon that area of the print, and above it would be the case number. Then on the back of the photographed latent, they would write, because it would be a white background, they would write the location that the latent was lifted from.
And do you remember how many different latent parts were in this package?
I don't recall. I didn't count them. 8.
Thank you. Were any fingerprints able to be lifted from the black purse, the wallet, the planner, or the driver's license?
I would, sorry, I would have to look at that to make sure.
You have your report
I
handy?
do.
Okay, if you could, with the court's permission, could you look at that to refresh the memory?
If you'll bear with me just a moment. Yes, out of the photographs, there were 8 that were identified.
Or any of them, do you remember from the purse, the driver's license, or the planner?
Okay, let's see here. Yes, there was one from the planner. And one was identified to a receipt that was located in the victim's purse. There were two that were identified from the day planner. And the others were from the actual apartment themselves.
Okay. Showing you photograph 2 of states 23. Did you go into the bathroom?
I believe I did.
All right. And do you remember, what does photograph 2 show in the bathroom?
It shows a watch laying on the vanity next to the sink.
Did you notice any blood or discoloration on that watch?
Memory serves, I believe there was, I believe CSI Live and Good noted that.
Approach.
You may.
Showing you state's exhibit Z for identification.
Okay.
Do you recognize that package, the handwriting, and the documentation on it?
I do.
What is that item?
One broken band gold Seiko quartz ladies watch located from the sink in the bathroom in apartment number 11 at 3216 Cornell Avenue.
You open it up, look inside, tell me if you recognize the content.
Yes, I do recognize that watch.
What is it? Is it the watch?
It is the watch, yes.
The same or substantially the same condition as when it was collected after the processing of this crime scene.
Yes, sir.
This time state would move Z into evidence as 27.
Z will be admitted as State's Exhibit 27.
Does have a button.
And showing you photograph 3 of states 23. What does this show?
It shows that same Seiko watch.
Okay. And photograph 4 of 23.
It shows the clasp of that watch.
Does that show the kind of the area that appeared to have some potential blood on it?
Yes,
Were swabs collected of the area that appeared to have blood on
yes, there were.
it? Explain to the jury how that is done.
That would be, you would go ahead and take a clean, sterile Q-tip, and you would go ahead and run it over there. You would do a, what they call a phenolphthalein test, which would determine whether it was blood or another substance.
Do you remember if the watch itself, the band was broken?
I believe it was, yes.
Did you use that process you described of taking the swabs of the areas of the watch that appeared to have blood?
Right, CSI Live and Good did that.
Okay. In your,
Yes,
she was your trainer.
right, I was there, she did it.
Approach, Your Honor.
You may.
Showing you states AA. You recognize that item, the packaging, as well as the signatures and documentation.
Yes, I do.
You open it up, look inside, tell me if you recognize the contents.
Yes,
What are they?
that is 2 cotton swabs that were taken from the lady's Seiko watch.
Are they in the same or substantially the same condition as when they were collected, except for the fact some additional markings because it was sent to Florida Department of Law Enforcement?
Yes, it is.
This time state would move AA into evidence as 28.
It will be admitted as State's Exhibit 28.
And were these items sent to the Florida Department of Law Enforcement for some additional DNA analysis?
They were.
Did you have any involvement in the actual DNA analysis process?
No, sir.
You're a fingerprint guy, not a DNA guy. Okay. Did you and CSI Karen Livengood process the inside of apartment 11, the victim's apartment, for the presence of fingerprints?
Yes, we did.
And using what method?
Using a graphite-based powder, which would be on items like on a countertop or on a door frame or what have you. You would brush it on very lightly. You would determine whether any prints come up, if there was anything that you saw, any ridge detail, and then would put a piece of clear tape over it, lift it off, and put it on the back of a white card.
Were there some areas that were processed that photographs were taken instead of tape being used to lift the fingerprints?
Yes, there were.
Why would that be done?
That would be if the print was, if you were unable to get a substantial amount of powder, if it was in a different location. It also would depend on what type of surface it was more than anything, and whether or not it might be another foreign substance on there that would have been compromised if you had brushed it with any type of powder.
What do you mean by that?
Well, if it were some kind of residue of something, or say blood, for instance, or what have you, you would photograph that. You would not try to put powder on that and lift it.
May.
Showing you states exhibit A, B as in boy. Can you open that? Is that item sealed?
It is.
Can you open it up, look inside, and tell me if you recognize the contents?
Okay. I do recognize these.
And what are they?
These are photographed latent prints, photographed by CSI Livengood, or photographed by the photo lab, but processed by CSI Livengood.
Are they in the same, substantially the same condition as when they were collected from the victim's apartment?
Yes, they are.
This time, state would move AB into evidence as 29.
AB will be admitted as State's Exhibit 29.
Again, when photographs are taken of prints, fingerprints, is it the location written on the back of the photograph?
Yes, the location would be written on the back of the photograph.
And how many different fingerprints were present in that package?
Okay, there are 6 photographs. They contain various impressions of fingerprints that were photographed, but only a few of them were of any value. But they are on the back of each one is written the location.
And how many of those will end up being of value, do you know?
Would have been 3.
Were multiple photographs taken of the same fingerprint?
Usually they'll do it in different, contrast, see which shows up better. Okay.
And generally, actually, from where were those fingerprints collected?
Okay. We have, if you'll bear with me, I will tell you. We have a door frame to the victim's bedroom door. We have interior of the victim's front door. Also interior of the victim's front door, but from roughly a different dimension, different area of that. And then this last one was located on the interior front door, just above the door handle. So they're basically on the door frame or the door itself. Okay, I'll let you do that here. You want this back? Okay.
Were there multiple photographs taken of the same individual print, just from different?
Yes.
Okay. So, publish states 29, Your Honor. Photograph from print number 1 Where was print number 1 taken from?
Print number 1 was taken from the door frame to the victim's southeast bedroom, north side of the frame, 4 1/2 inches from the left rear of the door frame, 56 inches from the floor, in apartment number 11 at 3216 Cornell Avenue.
And we see on the photograph some information. First, under the centimeter section, it says 1. What does that mean?
That 1 would denote the photograph number when it came to sequencing them in order for evidence purposes.
Does that refer to like the print number 1 associated with Ms. Livinggood's report?
Yes,
Okay, and the case, the number we have below that, 02-187395, what is that?
that would be the case number, the OPD case number, followed by Ms. Livengood's initials and the date.
Why do you take photographs of fingerprints in black and white?
Because when you roll prints, it's inked, so you have the black and white contrast to determine the ridges from the furrows or the white areas on the prints.
Were swabs also collected from that same door trim of the southeast bedroom door?
I believe so.
You may.
Okay.
Exhibit AC. You recognize that packaging as well as the documentation and the initials and the signature on it.
Yes, I do.
What is it?
Okay, these are 2 blood samples from the southeast bedroom door trim, south side door, in apartment number 11 at 3216 Cornell Avenue.
You open up on the side, tell me you recognize the contents.
Yes, I do.
The swabs you mentioned earlier,
Yes, they are.
are they in the same or substantially the same condition as when they were collected from that southeast door trim?
Yes, sir.
This time state would move AC and evidence is 30, Your Honor.
Any objection? AC will be admitted as State's Exhibit 30.
Was this item also sent to the Florida Department of Law Enforcement for further analysis?
It was.
Going back to the fingerprints, referring to fingerprint number 2, where was that fingerprint? From where was that fingerprint collected?
That fingerprint was collected from the interior of the victim's front door, 30 inches from the left side of door, 55 inches from the bottom of the floor, bottom of the door, in apartment 11 at 3216 Cornell Avenue.
Fingerprint number 3 from that set of fingerprints, where was that collected from?
Okay, bear with me here.
I think you read them off earlier.
Right, I did.
Okay,
I was just looking, I'm sorry, I don't.
that's okay. That's okay. It's getting late. We'll move on. Was another fingerprint collected from the interior front door above the door handle?
Yes,
Okay.
thank you.
Were you also personally tasked with processing the victim's apartment 11, for fingerprints?
Yes, I was.
And were you successful in lifting some fingerprints from the left side of the bathroom sink and the cover of a ceiling fan found in the bedroom?
Yes, I was.
Approach.
You may.
Showing you what you marked the state AG. You open that up, look inside, tell me if you recognize the contents.
Yes, I recognize these.
What are they?
They are 3 latent fingerprint lift cards that I personally lifted from apartment number 11.
From where?
Okay, one was from the exterior cover to the white ceiling fan found on the floor of victim's bedroom. Left side bathroom sink countertop, which was the second lift, and the first lift was from the same place, the left side bathroom sink countertop.
And are those in the same or substantially the same condition as when you lifted them at the scene?
Yes, they are.
This time, state move. States AG into evidence as 31.
AG will be admitted as State's Exhibit 31.
Moving on to apartment number 9, downstairs. Was a search warrant obtained that allowed you and others to go into apartment number 9 to look for and collect relevant evidence?
Yes,
Did CSI Karen Livengood also attempt to lift fingerprints from various locations in that apartment?
yes, she did.
Showing me States Exhibit A, D as in dog. You open that up, look inside, tell me if you recognize the contents.
Yes, I recognize these.
Does that package contain fingerprints lifted from both the victim's apartment and apartment number 9, Hunter's apartment?
Yes, sir.
So they have to be all combined into the same package.
Yes, sir.
How many different lift cards are there according to the packaging?
21.
Are they in the same, substantially the same condition as when they were collected?
Yes, sir.
Do you recognize the handwriting and the documentation on those cards?
Yes, I recognize CST Livengood's handwriting on the cards.
This time, state would move States Exhibit A, D as in dog, and evidence is 32.
AD will be admitted as State's Exhibit 32.
And were those fingerprints we just looked at, all the ones eventually sent to the fingerprint analysis unit,
Yes.
to analyze later on?
Yes, sir.
All right, we'll get into that a little bit. Was anything else of relevance found in apartment number 9, this apartment owned by, or occupied by Demorris Hunter?
I don't believe so, sir.
Let's fast forward about 13 years now to March 16th of 2015. Did you come to learn that Demorris Andy Hunter had been arrested for first-degree murder in connection with this case?
Yes, sir.
And did you and crime scene and technician Karen Livengood make contact with Mr. Hunter at the Orange County Jail?
We did.
For what purpose?
I was there to personally roll a set of fingerprints and palm prints, or major case prints, we call them, of Mr. Hunter. And Karen Livengood was there to collect up buccal swabs, buccal swabs for DNA purposes.
What's a buccal swab?
It's just basically a Q-tip stuck inside the mouth to get a DNA sample.
Showing you States Exhibit AE. While you were there with CSI Livengood, did you take a picture of the person that you were collecting these samples from?
Yes, you did.
And who is in the photograph I just showed you?
Demorris Hunter.
Okay. Is that the person from whom you collected fingerprints, as well as the person from whom CSI Livengood collected a DNA sample from?
Yes, sir.
Does that photograph fairly and accurately show what Mr. Hunter looked like then?
Yes.
This time state AE into evidence as states 33.
AE will be admitted as states 33.
May I publish?
You may.
Just a photograph of the person from whom you collected fingerprints,
Yes, sir.
and you also see him here in court.
I do, sir.
Please point him out and tell me what he's wearing and where he's sitting.
He's sitting directly in front of me, wearing a white long sleeve shirt and glasses.
Does he have a jacket or no jacket?
No jacket.
Your Honor, may the record reflect the witnesses identified the defendant.
The record will so reflect.
And may I approach again, Judge?
You may.
Show me both the marked states exhibit AF.
Okay.
So the CST Live and Good collected a DNA sample from him. What is that item I just showed you?
That is the swab collected from Demorris Hunter on
You recognize-
3/16/15.
Do you recognize the handwriting and the documentation on that package as well?
Yes, I do.
You open it up, look inside, tell me if you recognize the contents.
I do.
What is it?
It is a one buccal swab.
And is it the same or substantially the same condition as when CSI Live and Good collected it in your presence from the defendant?
Yes, sir.
This time state would move AF into evidence as 34.
Any objection?
No objection.
AF will be admitted as states exhibit 34.
Finally, you said you collected some fingerprints from Mr. Hunter, the defendant.
Yes, sir.
Showing you what's marked as states exhibit AI. You take a look at that package, you open it up, look inside, tell me if you recognize the contents.
Yes, I do recognize those.
What is it?
It is a fingerprint card, an inked,
Is that introduced yet? That's okay.
it's an inked fingerprint card of Mr. Hunter, which contains his name, the case number, my initials or my signature, and the date they were taken, and then a set of palm prints of him as well, bearing the same thing.
How do you actually collect those fingerprints?
Apply a thin layer of black printer's ink to the person you're fingerprinting, place them on the card, and roll them one finger at a time.
Are those in the same or substantially the same condition as when you collected them from the defendant on that day?
They are.
This time state would move states AI into evidence as 35.
No objection.
AI will be admitted as states 35.
Did the defendant also sign the fingerprint card?
I don't recall if he did or not. I don't think he did.
Mr. Buxman, if you could also get the tag.
Yes, thank you, Judge.
Okay.
Thank you, sir. I have no other questions at this time, Your Honor.
If I could have a counsel approach, please. Ladies and gentlemen, it is a logical stopping place, so I will let you go home for the evening. I've got the same instructions I've had before. Do not discuss the case among yourselves. Don't discuss it with anyone else. Do not do any independent research while you're away from us. And when you leave your pads and pens on the chairs. They will be there when you return. I'm going to ask that you be back in the morning at 9 a.m. and we will resume this trial at 9 a.m. in the morning. Does anyone have any questions? All right, then I will see you back in the morning at 9 a.m.
Jury exiting.
Mr. Kuhn, I will need you back in the morning at 9 a.m. for cross-examination. How are we doing time-wise?
Behind? Badly?
We spent an hour on tech problem.
Yes.